Namaskar everyone, my name is Sudarshan Acharya Kalakunda. Today I'll be playing Sarasi Ruhasane Ragam Nate Talam Adi. Namaskaram.
Namaste everyone. Welcome to Hindu Student Council's Mahashivaratri Dance Showcase. My name is Samyukta Ramanan and I am from Lindbergh High School in California.
Namaste. I'm Soumya Mambakam, and I'm also from Lindbergh High School.
Namaste. My name is Vivek Ralabhandi, and I'm from JP Stevens High School in New Jersey.
And we're your first MC crew for today.
We would like to begin by wishing everyone a happy Mahashivaratri. This auspicious festival is celebrated by Hindus all around the world, and through the course of this event, we will discuss the various celebrations that take place during this festival.
As you know, this event is a fundraiser for the Hindu Students Council, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advocacy, empowerment, and seva for Hindu youth all across the United States. All of the proceeds from this event, from your generous donations, will go toward HSC.
We thank all of our donors for donating on behalf of the event so that we can continue to provide a safe space for Hindu American teens in schools across the country and pursue our motto of advocacy, empowerment, and seva.
I suppose we should really get into the crux of this festival before we continue on to the wonderful performances that Hindu teens across the country have submitted to us.
Mahashivaratri, roughly translated, is the great night of Shiva. It is varied and combines the ancient with the modern. It unifies Hindus globally through its emphasis on spirituality, art, devotion, and nature.
So, Shiva goes by many names: Nataraja, the Lord of Dance; Mahadeva, the greatest god; Adiyogi, the first practitioner of yoga.
He's also known as Bholenatha, the simple-minded, Rudra, the ferocious destroyer of the universe, and Chitanandarupa, the form of blissful consciousness.
Form of blissful consciousness. Wow, high-level stuff.
Yeah, very high-level stuff. A typical 6th grade world history textbook would say Shiva is the god of cosmic destruction, which has unfortunately led people to think that he was some sort of devil.
Well, the word destruction is bound to throw people off.
But if you think about it, all of Shiva's names make perfect sense. Shiva represents the destroyance of ignorance that brings one closer to truth. If you don't destroy the universe at the end of its life, well, then there won't be any rebirth. When you perform yoga, like actual dharmic yoga, not appropriated yoga, you destroy your ego and your attachments to become a kinder and more simple-minded person.
True. And when you dance, you destroy your inhibitions and the differences between you and the audience, so you can recreate ancient stories and unite in the experience.
So true. So the real purpose of Mahashivaratri then is to come together in self-expression to create a kinder world.
On that note, let us move on to all the beautiful talent that we're showcasing today. First, let us welcome our very own Soumya Mambakam, National Community Chair and Vice President of Lindbergh High School Hindu Students Council, to sing Mahaganapatim.
Hey, Soumya. It is a devotional song that highlights the peaceful, well-liked, beautiful, and artistic character of Sri Ganesha. Mahaganapatim, the son of Shiva, mounter of Mushaka, lover of the sweet Modakas, and writer of the Mahabharata, is exonerated with utter reverence and dutiful worship. Please welcome Soumya.
Mahaganapatim Mahaganapatim manasa smarami 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 Mahaganapatim Vashishta Vamadevadi Vandita Mahaganapatim Mahadeva Sutam Mahadeva Sutam Guru Guhanutam Mahadeva सुतं गुरु गुहनुतं महादेव सुतं गुरु गुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महादेव सुतं गुरु गुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं पापमगमरि सरि सनि सपमगम पदनि सरि गम मरि सरि सनि पम अनि पमगमरि पमरि गमरि स सनि पमरि सनि सरि ग पापमगमरि सरि सनि सपमगम पदनि सरि गम मरि सरि सनि पम अनि पमगमरि पमरि गमरि स सनि पमरि सनि सरि ग महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं
Wow, Soumya, what a magical voice. That was incredibly well done.
Thank you. I try.
Remember, Soumya, humility is a virtue.
What, are you going to say, remember, Vivek, lying is a vice?
Sad, it's true. Also, we would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that this is a fundraiser, so please donate using the link in the description, and all the proceeds will go towards HSC.
Thank you. And back on topic, I absolutely adored the rasa emanating from your vocals, Soumya.
Rasam?
No, Vivek, rasa. Rasa is when the experience of a work of art evokes specific emotions in the audience, bringing them together in a soulful way. When you feel like you're hung on to a dancer's every expression or a singer's every gamakam, that's rasa.
Thank you for the high praise, Samyukta. Ganapatim, with his dhol, exudes a very rambunctious, bubbly, and uplifting rasa, and he's supposed to embody the jovial individual. So I attempted to convey that complex and indescribable feeling in my music.
Exactly. Rasa is something that should be experienced rather than explained.
Our next performance will be by Vasundhara Jaligama. She's an 8th grader from Pittsford, New York, and has been dancing kuchipudi for 7 years, even coming in first place in statewide competitions. The piece is Vinayaka Kautvam, done as an invocatory dance in which dancers give prayer to Ganesha. This dance was choreographed by Dr. Vempati Chinna Satyam Garu. The music and lyrics are written by Dr. M. Balamurali Krishna Garu, and the performance shown was directed by Guru Shastri Bhagavatula. So welcome, Vasundhara.
And I think we can take a moment here to thank donors that have already donated to our event. So thank you, Jyoti ji, Ramanan ji, Vinod ji, Haridas ji, Aditya ji, Prabhakar ji, Sri Lekha ji, Subramaniam ji, Pranav ji, Kadambari ji, Naisargi, and Prakash ji. Thank you so much for supporting HSC. Really sorry, we might need a minute for technical difficulties.
Punjari kita kaku Punjari Jintana Jintana 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 Punjari kita kaku Punjari
Wow, that piece was thoroughly enjoyable. Thank you, Vasantara. Really, it was marvelous to sit through.
Unlike your verbose, erudite mannerisms, I'm sure.
Okay, Soumya, that was a little bit harsh.
Yeah, well, you just destroyed my whole personality live.
Okay, anyway, on to the next piece. Performed by a Bay Area dancer that goes to the same school that I do, same dance school that I do, we will be viewing a Bharatanatyam rendition of Ganesha Kautvam.
How impersonal of a description. Is it because she's your sister?
No comment.
Well, Ganesha Kautavam essentially has the same purpose as Vinayaka Kautavam of showcasing the graceful, compassionate character of Ganesha. The song and the choreography are different though, so enjoy.
And I don't think we mentioned the name of the school, right? The name of this dance school is called Abhinay Dance Company, and they're located in San Jose, California. Yeah. And I've been learning from the school for more than 12, 13 years. So, yeah.
I am just blown away by the quality of that item. Truly splendiferous. I'm utterly shocked that a human being can exhibit such high energy.
Yeah, that was a very good performance, and it had a lot of the jovial rasa we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I completely agree. It was awesome.
Familial bias?
No comment.
Moving on, we have a hard hitter with our very own Arushi Ramaka performing next.
Ooh, can you tell a story first?
Okay, go ahead.
So, legend has it that Mahashivaratri itself is a celebration of Shiva and Parvati's marriage after the events of the Ramayana.
Right. So basically, Shiva and Shakti see Rama looking for Sita. Shiva bows to Rama, which confuses Shakti as she questions why Shiva was bowing to a mortal. Shiva informs Shakti of Rama's divine status as an avataram of Vishnu, and to verify this, Shakti takes the form of Sita to try and trick Rama, but Rama instantly recognizes her. Now that Shakti has her answer, as she stays at Mount Kailash, Shiva's home.
However, the two grow distant. Daksha, Shakti's father, organizes a yajna or fire ceremony. Due to conflicts with Shiva, Daksha does not invite Shakti, but she comes anyway. Out of grief, Shakti burns herself in the yajna fire.
Shiva becomes extremely upset, performing a Rudra Tandava or dancing with hard and rigid steps and destroying Daksha's kingdom. Shiva stays in the Himalayas while Shakti's reincarnation, Parvati, is born. Parvati falls in love with Shiva, but to marry him, she has to break him out of his meditation. She does this through devotion to Shiva. And the day that she does this, Shiva and Parvati become married, occurs on Mahashivaratri yearly.
I have a question. How does this have to do with our next item?
It is dedicated to Parvati.
Ah, I see.
So now let us welcome our own Arushi Ramaka, the HSLB Vice President, in performing a Kuchipudi dance on Aigiri Nandini. It's choreographed by Padma Bhushan Dr. Vempati Chinna Satyam Karu. Welcome, Arushi. Arushi. Oh, that was amazing. We could see Devi embody you. You could see you embody Devi as a daughter, a ferocious protector of her devotees, a mother, and as the all-pervasive Shakti, forever in cosmic partnership with Shiva.
That was beautifully said, Samyukta.
I really enjoyed that. Now let us move on to our next item, which is the Bharatanatyam performance that comes to us from Srilaya Dance School.
It is a tributary dance to Shiva and Ganesha. During a typical Pushpanjali, a dancer thanks the guru and the audience, along with the stage performers and Nataraja. This expression of gratitude is usually accompanied by the offering of flowers, although this isn't really done in this digital environment. But either way, please enjoy the Ganesha Pushpanjali and welcome Niharika.
Thank you, Niharika. I really enjoyed the dance. In a home environment, it's really hard to use up all the space that you have, and you did amazing job of going to all the four corners, and I really enjoyed your performance.
Yeah, definitely great job, Niharika.
The performance was definitely amazing. Now let's transition to the next item, graciously submitted to us by Malavika Shailesh from Nritya Arpan Dance School. She will be performing the piece Natesha Kautuvam.
Natesha Kautvam is a dance in praise of Nataraja of Chidambaram, and this is a fast-paced piece that has beautiful poses of Natesha. In a Kautvam, the Shollukattus, or rhythmic syllables, are intertwined with the lyrics of the song. So welcome Malavika to the stage.
Dim, dim, taka, dimmi, dimmi, ta, dimmi, ta, taka, tari, kudu, ta, dimmi, ta, ritta, ritta, kinna, naka, ta, dim, dim, tam.
Dim dim taka dimi dimi ta taka tari kudu ta dimi ta rita kina naka ta dim dim ta.
Dim, dim, taka, dimmi, ta, dimmi, ta, taka, tari kudu, ta, dimmi, ta, ritta, kinna, naka, ta, dim, tam.
Dim dim taka dimi ta taka tari kudu ta dimi ta rita kina naka ta dim ta.
ಅಟವನ ಮುಂಜನ ಸಕಲ ಸುರಾಸುರ ಸನ್ನುತ ಪಾದ ಕಿಂಕಿಣಿ ಝಂ ಝಂ ಜನ 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 ನೂಪುರ ಲಯ ಗತಿ ಗಣ 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 ವಿಧಿ ಹರಿ ಸೇವಿತ ತಕ್ಕುಡು ದಿಕ್ಕುಡು ತಕ ತರಿ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ತಾಂ ತ
ತಟವನ ಮುನಿ ಜನ ಸಕಲ ಸುರಾಸುರ ಸಂಯುತ ಪಾದ ಕಿಂಕಿಣಿ ಝಂ ಝಂ ಜನ 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 ನೂಪುರ ಲಯ ಗತಿ ಗಣ 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 ವಿಧಿ ಹರಿ ಸೇವಿತ ಕಕ್ಕುಡು ದಿಕ್ಕುಡು ದಗತರಿ ಕಿಡ ದಗತಾಂ ತತ್ತ
ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ದಿರಿ ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ತಾಂಡವಿ ಕಂಬರ ದಿಕ್ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ದಿರಿ ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರ ಚರು ಮದರ ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ತೊಣ ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ತ್ರಿಶೂಲಧರ ನಂ ಕಿಟ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ನಕ ಕರಿ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ನಂದಿ ವಾಹನ
ತಕ್ಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ತದಿ ಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ತಾಂಡವಿ ಜಂಬರ ದಿಕ್ಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ಧಿಮಿ ಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರ ಚರ್ಮಧರ ತೊಂಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ತೊಡ ಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ತ್ರಿಶೂಲಧರ ನಂಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ತದ ಕಿಡ ಕಿಡ ತಗ ನಂದಿ ವಾಹನ
ಮಾಧಯೋ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಝಕಣಂ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ಝಕಣಂ ಕಿಟ ತಕ ಝಕ ತಕ 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 ತೈ ಜಯ 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 ಶಶಿ ರವಿ ಭೂಷಣ ರೂಪ ಭಯಂಕರ ರಾಮರುಗ ಹಸ್ತ ತೃತೀಯ ಸಹಸ್ರ ದೀಕ್ಷಿತ ನಾದ ನಟೇ ಚಕೌತ್ವಂ
ನಾದಯೋಧ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಜಗಣಂ ಕಿಡದಗ ಜಗಣಂ ಕಿಡದಗ ತುಕದಗ ದತ್ತ ಜಯ 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 ಶಶಿ ರವಿ ಭೂಷಿತ ರೂಪ ಭಯಂಕರ ಧಮರುಗ ಹಸ್ತ ತೃತೀಯ ಸಹಸ್ರ ದೀಕ್ಷಿತ ನಾಥ ನಟೇಶ ಕೌತುಂ ಜಗ ಜಗತಾ ದಿಗಿ ದಿಗಿ ತೈ ತಕ್ಕುದಿ ಕುತ ಕಿಟ್ಟ ಕೊಂಗಿಡ ಗಿಡದ ಗಿಡ ಗಿಡದಗ ತತ್ತ
Thank you, Malavika. That was beautiful.
Indeed it was. The next piece is a hallmark of the Kuchipudi dance tradition, the Tarangam, one of my absolute favorites.
So Tarangams are long, elaborate pieces choreographed to Narayana Tirtha's Krishna Lila Tarangini and culminate in an epic jati in which the dancer performs atop a brass plate. The plate jati symbolizes how one must maintain a balance between the material and spiritual worlds in their pursuit of Brahman.
True. One such tarangam is the Neela Megha. In this dance, the narrator describes Krishna as looking like the beautiful clouds in the sky. We see in one particular scene, Krishna sees a gopika and plans to steal her pot of ghee. He then steals the pot and shares it with all his friends. This Neela Megha will be performed by Meera Maireddy, a sophomore from Pennsylvania. She learned Kuchipudi from Srimati Neela Rojalpote. Welcome, Meera.
Namaste everyone. My name is Meera Maireddy and today I'll be doing Neela Megha Tarangam, composed by Narayana Tirtha and beautifully choreographed by Chinya Satya Mastercard. Thank you.
Wow, just wow. I'm left speechless by the incredible performance.
I know. Did Hari and Hara themselves bless her because the plate dancing was amazing?
True, true. I'd fall off in a second. Well, Mira, thank you so much for that performance. And thanks to everybody else in our first half. We had her first quarter. We've had Shri Lakshmi, Vasundhara, Arushi, Niharika, Malavika, and Mira. Thank you guys so much. And we'd like to humbly remind you that this is a fundraiser for Hindu Students Council. So please use the link below or tinyurl.com/mahashivafund to support us. It helps us create events and initiatives like these.
And please stay tuned for Rukmini Vijayakumar ji, who will come on in half an hour.
And in the meantime, we'd like to welcome our other group of MCs, Bhuvanesh, Shriprada, Shrikar, and Arushi. The stage is all yours, my friends.
Namaste, everyone. My name is Bhuvanesh Prabhakar, and I am a junior at Bridgewater Raritan High School. I am currently serving as the president of the HSLB.
Namaste everyone. My name is Arushi Ramaka. I'm a junior at Montgomery High School. I'm currently serving as the vice president of the HSLB. Also, I want to thank my teacher Swati Atluri for making it possible for me to perform at this event.
Namaste everyone. I'm Shrikar Sadhu from Thomas Edison Energy Smart Charter School in New Jersey.
Namaste, I'm Shriprada Aladi from Happer Horsham High School in Pennsylvania. We hope you've all been enjoying the event so far.
We will be your MCs for this segment. Don't worry, the first three, they haven't gone. I'm sure you're missing them. They'll be back here when Rukminiji comes on in half an hour.
But first, we would like to thank everyone who has generously donated to HSC. Thank you.
Next, if we may, we would like to offer context for how Mahashivaratri is celebrated around the world.
Absolutely, and we're doing this in order to be more inclusive of various methods of expressing devotion to Shiva that extend beyond dance and cultural binds.
Firstly, I want to mention Sri Lanka, as they celebrate Mahashivaratri quite fervently over there. Some devotees in Sri Lanka visit one of the 5 Shiva temples that exist in the region. In Sri Lanka, Mahashivaratri is also a government and business holiday.
Next, let us talk about Hindus in Trinidad and Tobago in their celebration of Mahashivaratri. The celebration of Shivaratri, along with many other Hindu traditions, were brought over by Hindus hailing from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. There are nearly 400 temples in this area, which devotees congregate in to pray to Shiva. Also, a 3-week fast from many foods and drinks is observed.
Finally, let's discuss the celebration of Mahashivaratri within the tradition of Kashmiri Shaivism, one of the most influential schools of thought for both Hindu Natya and also Hindu Shaivism, obviously. Kashmiri Hindus cook fish in celebration of Mahashivaratri, and if there's snow on the ground on the day of Mahashivaratri, Kashmiri Hindus consider it to be a good omen. The largest congregations of Shaivites for Mahashivaratri in Kashmir is held at the Shankaracharya temple in Srinagar as hundreds of devotees attend, seeking blessings from Mahadeva.
And the school of Kashmiri Shaivism is also one of the most influential Shaiva schools of thought. It regards Shiva as the supreme reality, the very self, and that Jivas must overcome the Maya that makes them unaware of their inherent connection to Shiva.
Wow, that was all very insightful. It's great that Hindus around the world celebrate Mahashivaratri in such different ways.
We have 3 more wonderful performances to go before Rukmini ji comes on to talk with us.
Before that, let's welcome Sneha Anand and Rahul Anand to sing a beautiful Hindustani song called Soham Damaru Baje. It's composed in Ekatalam, Ragam Todi in Hindi. Sneha and Anand. Sneha is a junior at Montgomery High School and Rahul is in Montgomery Lower Middle School in New Jersey. Sneha and Rahul, take it away.
So we would like to take this opportunity to remind you once more that this is a fundraiser, and we would really be humbled if you would consider donating to Hindu Students' Council to create more initiatives such as these in the future. We look to potentially make this event an annual one, so any donations would be greatly appreciated.
We aim to continue to foster this safe space for Hindu teens to dance, to sing, to talk about Hindu Dharma, to talk about bullying in schools that they face, to really create that space for the advocacy of Hindu issues that are otherwise ignored. And we really would appreciate the community's help in at this. And the high school wing of Hindu Students Council is completely run by teenagers from America. And we would love if people would join our community, whether it's the Discord or just come on events like these. And we really want to thank everyone who has attended this event so far.
So I think I would like to talk a little bit about why I joined Hindu Students' Council. It was about a year and a half ago. I came across this wonderful organization in an event I went to for my mandir, and the individuals in the board of trustees and the executive board are very dedicated, and they're very passionate with regards to the advocacy that we do in this organization. Some of the things that we do include having national meetings for Hindu students across the country, in which they congregate to sort of discuss their ideas. And so now we will be welcoming Sneha and Rahul Anand to be singing Soham Damaru Baje. Perhaps not. Arushi, would you like to talk about why you joined Hindu Students' Council?
I would. Sorry, guys. It's just a tiny technical difficulty. Just be patient with us for, a minute or so. So in terms of why I joined HSC, it was a leap of faith because I had seen some of the advocacy they were doing in universities, such as Rutgers University. And I had just contacted them because if you go to the Hindu Students Council page, there's a way that anyone, anywhere can contact them in order to get involved with them there's a form on the website. So I contacted them there and I went to a meeting and I was extremely impressed by the fact that this community was so open that at that time, the high school wing was still being set up. So Bhuvanesh and I were one of the youngest ones there, and yet everyone was so welcoming. It was really, really comfortable to be in, and things that you feel like you can't discuss normally, whether it be about Hindu phobia or the fact that there's a lack of a coherent community, pan-Hindu community, to discuss issues that may not be as pertinent in other areas of society. That was something that I found extremely welcoming.
Namaste. My name is Nehanand.
And my name is Rahul Anand.
And today we'll be singing song Hare Damaru Baje.
Soham Hare Damaru Baje, Soham Hare Damaru Baje, uske sur taaloं के, उसके सुर तालों के, सुखदार खजूरे पर, सुखदार खजूरे पर झूम रहे सरिता सर, झूम रहे सरिता सर, भुवन त्रय गाजे, भुवन त्रय गाजे, सोहम हर डमरू बाजे, सोहम हर सरि ग धनि ध धनि सोहम हर सोहम हर सरि ग धनि ग धनि ध धनि सरि धनि ध धनि सरि धनि ध धनि सरि धनि ध धनि सोहम हर सोहम हर डमरू बाजे, मम गद ध नि रे स नि रे स ग रे स नि ध धनि स ध धनि स ध धनि स, सोहम हर डमरू बाजे, सोहम हर डमरू बाजे, गम धनि ध मम धनि स नि ध धनि स नि नि स रे ग रि स नि ध नि ध नि ध म ग म ग हर डमरू बाजे, हर डमरू बाजे, हर डमरू बाजे, सोहम हर डमरू बाजे। डमरूम कारनाद, डमरूम कारनाद, डमरूम ओंकारनाद, 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 डमरू ओंकारनाद, परमेश्वर का प्रसाद, परमेश्वर का प्रसाद, उसके ही महिमा से, उसके ही महिमा से गिरिधर गाजे, गिरिधर गाजे, 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 सोहम हर डमरू बाजे, सोहम हर डमरू बाजे, Soham Hara Soham Hara Damarubaji Damarubaji Damarubaji.
I have no words. That was amazing. It was like Shiva was playing the dhamaru right in front of me. And it also was kind of nice that I saw some Tanjore paintings in the background.
I like there's 9 rasas in Natya, right? And Natya encompasses both dance and music. The Shringara, Hasya, Karuna, Raudra, Veera, Bhayanaka, Bhivatsa, and Adbhuta. The Adbhuta rasa was when you're in wonder, and I was in wonder. And you could really feel that power when they're both were going to the Alapanas. Rahul, I can't believe you're only 11. That was amazing. Hands down.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to continue experiencing rasa for a while. We have 2 more Shiva Bharatanatyam pieces coming up before Rukmini ji comes. So stay tuned.
Next, our very own Samyukta Ramanan will be performing Mahalinga Kautvam. I'm really excited to watch this. It describes Shiva destroying the arrogance of common people and the story of how he obtained the deer and axe in his hands. However, let's talk about the significance of the name of the piece, the Shiva Lingam.
The linga form of Shiva is something that has quite a bit of symbolism behind it, and if I may say, in the West has been quite mistranslated, so I'm sure few teens who grew up here may be a bit confused on why exactly Shiva is expressed as both a murti but also a lingam. The lingam is a formless representation of Shiva, as a representation of Shiva and Shakti, the cosmic partnership, both the formless and the ultimate, a simple and natural acknowledgement of Brahman. Shiva, in his purest form, is the bare self, the destroyer of Maya and ego, of all that causes immorality to happen, that of adharma to happen in the world. Therefore, the linga is the best representation of someone who is abstract and formless. We'd like to welcome Samyukta to perform this wonderful item for us. We're super excited. We all love you. Go ahead.
Jagga 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 tam tam diggi 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 tom tom jagga 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 dimmi ta jonu jonu ta dimmi dimmi kitta takka takka jagga 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 dimmi ta jonu jonu ta dimmi dimmi kitta takka takka தாருக முனிவர்கள் சம்மதினி வனிதையர் மையல் மிகு திட ஐயம் எடுக்கவே நிர்வாண உடனே ஜய ஜய காரி கனக தக தீனுத ஜனோதக தாரித முனிவர்கள் சமதினி வனிதையர் மையல் மிகு திட ஐயம் எடுக்கவே நிர்வாண துடனே ஜக ஜக தாரிக முனிவர்கள் சமதினி வனிதையர் மையல் மிகு திட ஐயம் எடுக்கவே நிர்வாண துடனே ஜக ஜக தவி தன 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 ஜண்ணு ஜண்ணு 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 மக்கள் உதே திடமிக்க விளக்கினர்
நங்குடு தொங்குடு திக்குடு செக்குடு நங்கி தேவரால் கணிகயன கீர்த்தன மோதிய பஞ்சாட்சர சிவதீட்ச விதியுடன் நிதானமுடன் உடல் பொருளாவியும் போத்து நடனமிட தேவத்தை கரியாள் நிறை மாங்கிலியாள் என புரிந்த சிவா
தக்க தக்க கதி தின திமித்த திமித்த ஜனு 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 தக்க தக்க திமித்த திமித்த ஜனு தக்க தக்க கதி தின திமித்த திமித்த ஜனு தக்க தக்க கதி தின திமித்த திமித்த ஜனு தக்க தக்க கதி தின திமித்த திமித்த ஜனு சின்னத்த முனிவர்கள் கருத்தமால் வெகு வலித்த தம தபஸ்வோழி ததும் தம் சுப்பத்தினி கருப் அழித்ததும்
சின்னத்த முனிவர்கள் கருத்தமால் வெகு வலித்த தம தபஸ்வோழித்ததும்
நினை எதிர்த்த வேள்விசை துதித்த படைகளை குறித்து விடும் அதை பறித்து மான்மழு தரித்து பணிபூஷணத்துடன் தக்கிட்ட 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 திட்டம் தக்கிட்ட 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 திட்டம் தக்கிட்ட 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 தாம் தக்கிட்ட 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 தாம் தக்கிட்ட 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 கதகதம் கதகதம் கதகதம்
நினைந்தது வேண்டிதை தூதித படைகளை குறித்து விடும் அதை பறித்து மான்மழு தரித்து பரிபூஷணத்துடன்
புலி உழித்தும் ஆடையாள் பெருத்த பூதமும் நிறைத்த சேனையாள் மிக அனைத்தையும் வகுத்து முயலகன் மறிக்க முதுகினில் மிதித்து ஓர் பதம் நடித்தவா தாம் தக்கின தோம் தக்கின தீம் தத்தது நம் தத்தகிருதம் தாம் தக்கின தோம் தக்கின தீம் தக்கிட்ட நம் தத்தகிருதம் தாம் தக்கின தோம் தக்கின தத்திருதம் தத்திருதம் தத்திருதம்
புலி உதித்து தாடையாய் பெருத்த பூதமும் இறைத்த சேனையாய் மிகு தனைத்தையும் மறுத்து முயல மறிக்க முதுகினி பதம் நடித்தவா புலி உதித்து தாடையாய் பெருத்த பூதம் இறைத்த சேனையாய் மிகு தனைத்தையும் மறுத்து முயல மறிக்க முதுகினி பதம் நடித்தவா சக்குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு ராஜவர் வானவர் குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு திருமாலயனோடு தொங்குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு தொல் முனிவராடி சக்குடு தரி குடு தரி குடு தரி நாடகீத பூத வேதாட பூதாட நாதிபா பசுபாஷ தோஷ அரண கிருபா தர்மாத காம மோட்சாதிபாவென்று அனுதினம் சுசிகிருதம் அடியவர் விடய சரிகிட கிடக்க சரிகிட கிடக்க வேண்டும் பரங்கள் சந்தாட மூல மகாலிங்க கௌதுமம் சரிகிட கிடக்க சரிகிட வேண்டும் வரங்கள் தன் தாண்ட மூல மகாலிங்க கௌதுமம் ஜகஜகதாம் ஜகஜகதை ஜகஜகதாம் ஜகஜகதை ஜகஜகதாம் ஜகஜகதை ஜகஜகதாம் ஜகஜகதை தக்குதிக்கு தக்கி தத்தும் திகஜகதி தங்கி திரததி தாம் தக்குதிக்கு தக்கி
தகி கிடதகதி கிதாம் தத்தம் தக்குரி குதக்கிட்ட தொங்கிட கிடதகிடம் தகி கிடதகதி கிதாம் தத்தம்
That was really brilliant. Well done, Samyukta. Also, we would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that this is a fundraiser, so please consider donating using the link in the description. All proceeds will go towards HSC to facilitate more initiatives such as this one.
The next item, Authority Varnam on Markandeya, will be the last item to come on before Rukmini comes. And I'd like to point out that the earlier wonderful Hindustani performance by Sneha and Rahul was also in Todi Ragam. And this is one of the ragams that is well known in compositions for Shiva. For each ragam generally has a specific bhava or type of topic that it is composed on for songs.
So, as Rishi indicated, it's going to be on Markandeya, the son of Rikandu, who is very intelligent but only has 16 years to live. So, when Markandeya was almost 16 years old, he found out about his lifespan and started to pray to Shiva. And he also sculpted a Shiva Linga and prayed to it day and night. The day Markandeya was turning 16, Yama, the lord of death, came to strangle him with his robe.
However, Markandeya kept holding on to the Shiva Linga, and eventually Shiva appeared and kicked Yama away. Shiva blessed Markandeya with many more years of life, and Markandeya continued his sadhana. Nikita Agarwal, a senior from Hillsborough High School, will be presenting this wonderful piece. Welcome, Nikita.
Vela హారుడై దళంగు తక్క దిగ్గు తక్క తదిగిన తొంత రత్త కిండ జం కిండ నక్క జం తక్క నక్క రక్క రక్క త ది కిట తక్క త రత్త కిండ జం కిండ నక్క జం తక్క నక్క తక్క రక్క త ది కిట తక్క త రత్త కిండ జం కిండ తక్క జం తక్క నక్క చక్క తక్క త ది కిట తక్క రిత కిండ జం కిండ తక్క జం తక్క నక్క చక్క తక్క త ది కిట తక్క దండ త దండ త జండ త జండ త దింబి త కిడతక తరగడదం తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం త దండ త దండ త జండ త జండ త దింబి త తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం త దండ త దండ త జండ త జండ త దింబి త తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం త జం తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం త జం తక్క దిక్ కిడతక తరగడదం త్యాగరాజ స్వామి ఇదేమి త్యాగరాజ స్వామి.
Nikita, that was a wonderful performance. Thank you so much for showing with those expressions what the devotion to Shiva really looks like. And we were all really resonating with that piece.
So let us start off the second half of our event with a nice song sung by Krishnakant Katakota, a student from Little Musicians Academy. He will be singing Adi Bhikshuvu, a Telugu devotional song from the movie Shri Venala. He is a junior at Central Bucks High School South, learning Carnatic music and enjoying singing Telugu movie songs.
This is truly a beautiful song. Adi Bhikshuvu Vaadinedi Koredi. What am I supposed to possibly ask from Shiva, the original requester of Bhiksha and the first enlightened one?
So true. So welcome, Krishnakant.
ఆది భిక్షువు వాడినేది కోరేది బూడిదిచ్చేవాడినేది అడిగేది ఆది భిక్షువు వాడినేది కోరేది బూడిదిచ్చేవాడినేది అడిగేది ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది తీపి రాగాల కోకిలమ్మకు నల్ల రంగు నలమిన వాడినేది కోరేది తీపి రాగాల కోకిలమ్మకు నల్ల రంగు నలమిన వాడినేది కోరేది కరకు ఘర్షణల మేఘముల మేనికి మెరుపు హంగు కూర్చిన వాడినేది అడిగేది ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది తేనెలొలికే పూల పాలలకు మున్నాళ్ళ ఆయువిచ్చిన వాడినేది కోరేది. తేనెలొలికే పూల పాలలకు మున్నాళ్ళ ఆయువిచ్చిన వాడినేది కోరేది. బండరాళ్లను చిరాయువుగా జీవించమని ఆనతీచిన వాడినేది అడిగేది. ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది. ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది. గిరిబాలతో తనకు కళ్యాణమొనరింప దరిజేరు మన్మధుని మసి చేసినాడు. వాడినేది కోరేది. వరగర్వమున మూడు లోకాల పీడింప తలపోయు ధనుజులను కరుణించినాడు. వాడినేది అడిగేది. ముఖ ప్రీతి కోరేటి ఉప్పు శంకరుడు. వాడినేది కోరేది. ముక్కంటి ముక్కోపి ముక్కంటి ముక్కోపి దిక్క శంకరుడు. ఆది భిక్షువు వాడినేది కోరేది. ఊడిదిచ్చేవాడినేది అడిగేది. ఏది కోరేది వాడినేది అడిగేది.
That was just an incredible performance by Krishna. And as someone with a Telugu background myself, knowing the meaning of those lyrics just makes you appreciate it even more and appreciate the amazing rendition that Krishna did of Adi Bhikshu Vardineni Kored.
Yeah, that really was a very nice performance. Our next performer, Nivedita Iyengar, will be doing a Bharatanatyam piece entitled Jaya Jaya Shambho. Nivedita Iyengar is a junior in high school and has been learning Bharatanatyam from Srimati Ramya Kapadia for the past 9 years and previously learned from Srimati Padma Rao. She learns Carnatic music, enjoys visual arts, learns Sanskritam, and is an active member of the Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh. Nivedita would like to thank all her mentors, gurus, friends, and family for teaching and supporting her.
Jaya Jaya Shambho is an ode to Shiva in Ragamalika Aditalam, a composition of Madurai and Krishna.
It describes Shiva as the one who holds the Ganga in his matted locks. He's the beloved of Parvati, the father of Ganesha and Skanda. He is an ocean of compassion, and when meditated upon, destroys all greed and bad qualities within us. Welcome, Nivedita.
Nivedita, thank you for that powerful performance. I could truly feel the devotion in that dance.
Our next dance will be Kuchipudi dance performed by Pranav Bhagavatula. Tandava Nritya Kari Gajanana is a traditional Kuchipudi invocation song in praise of Sri Ganesha, the remover of all obstacles. The song describes how Vinayaka, the son of Shiva and Parvati, dances gracefully. The song is in the ragam Mohanam and is set to Adi Talam. It was choreographed by Guru Shastri Bhagavatula.
The dancer will be performing the Kuchipudi dance drama tradition by performing as the Deva himself in a Ganesha costume, which includes an artistic face mask of Ganesha. So that essentially means that Pranav is performing the dance with his eyes closed, which I can totally not do.
Of course. Good luck, Pranav.
And welcome Pranav Bhagavatula for the Tandava Nritya Kari Gajanana.
Wow.
Wow, that was exceptional. I thoroughly enjoyed that performance.
Same, performing with the mask and everything is just amazing, and carrying it so smoothly with the beats. I really loved it.
Our next performance will be a Shivashtakam. It is a song in praise of Shiva composed of 9 stanzas.
Each of the first 8 stanzas describes one of his features, while the last stanza, the Palashruti, encapsulates the reasons why you should recite this song. Most slokams have a Palashruti, which describe the benefits of saying that particular slokam or listening to this particular dance.
Shivashtakam will be performed by Shriya Ramaka. Shriya Ramaka is a student of Little Musicians Academy and is a junior who lives in Virginia. She is an avid learner of both music and dance. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Akshaya. That was amazing. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Please welcome Rukmini Vijayakumar ji.
Namaste, Rukmini ji. We're so excited to have you on here.
Namaste. I'm so happy to be here and see so many youngsters engaged and involved in culture.
It's our pleasure to do so, Rukmini ji. And there are people like you, people who carry on, dharmic traditions the way they are, while also, adapting and also being in this world that's the blend of the old and the new. That's something that we really look up to and we plan to continue.
Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So, how many performers do you have today?
Today,
We have like
go ahead.
20. Oh, my apologies. We have about 22 performances, and that would equate to around, I guess, 18 or 19 dancers because some of them are music performances.
Okay.
And we're really glad to have received such a large amount of support from the community.
That's very good. especially at this time when everything's so uncertain. I think it's important to keep arts and culture alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's sort of like an escape a little bit
Yeah.
from the turbulence that surrounds us, and I think that we should sort of strive to like maximize the value of that escape. So I just had one quick question starting off the Q&A round. So since the concept of natya is inherently dharmic in its nature, the institution of Guru Shishya is something that is integral to its propagation. I know that personally I really love and am close to my dance teacher. So what, in your opinion, are the central qualities to being a guru? And moreover, what should a Guru Shishya relationship look like?
And
I
before
think
really quickly, sorry, could we introduce you? Really sorry. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, Arushi, go ahead.
All right. So for those who are watching and don't know, I don't know why you wouldn't. You all should already know. But Rukmini Vijayakumar is an esteemed dancer, performer, and choreographer, well known for unique novel methods of Bharatanatyam choreographies. She is the artistic director of Radha Kalpa Dance Company. So go check out their Instagram and YouTube if you're interested in the work they do. And she's also the creator of the Radha Kalpa method for dance technique. She's also given numerous talks on the essence and philosophies behind Natya. Rukmini ji, again, we already thanked you, but again, thank you for coming to talk with us. This is already going very nicely.
Glad. Thank you. And to start off, shall I speak a little bit about Shiva and Shivaratri before we start with questions? So I'm sure you all would have heard the shlokam Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya Vachikam Sarvavangmayam Aharyam Chandrataradi Tam Namaha Satvikam Shivam, And I think that when I first heard this as a kid, it's very literal when you hear it the first time in dance class, right? You think Angikam Bhuvanam and you think, oh, the whole world is his body. And Vachikam, he can speak all languages, is what you think. And Aharyam Chandrataradi, and he's like, oh, he has the moon and the stars. And you can imagine a Shiva with moon and stars like stuck on his head somewhere, right? Tam Namaha Satvikam Shivam. And the last line says, oh, he's a very good person, is how you just interpret it literally, which is not a bad interpretation, but it's somehow how I understood it as a child in dance class. And I'm pretty sure many of you understood it like that as well, And I think as I grew up, this idea started changing in the sense that you begin to understand more. And I think which is one of the things in our culture overall, because things are never literal. They're introduced in grades, right? When you're in the first grade, you know a little bit of math, and then the second grade, you learn a little bit more. And then by the 9th grade, you're like, wait, math can break and vary. And then by the time you're in the 10th grade, you're like, wait, there's things that you're introduced to relativity, and you say, oh, the world isn't as we seem. So there's so many things that continuously change when you, as you grow up, right? As you grow older. And especially in Vedantic traditions, everything is understood in levels. So if we introduce to Krishna and we learn stories when you are very young, and you hear, oh, he steals butter, he runs around. When you grow up, you suddenly realize, oh, Krishna is represents that Ishvara, or it's that Paramatma, or that idea of that all-pervasiveness when you read the Gita, right? So he doesn't just represent a little kid running around stealing butter, which is also cute and also beautiful, So now when I listen to this shlokam, I'm just going to talk about Angikam Bhavanam Yasya. It started off as what I told you. His world is... his whole body is the world in Vachikam Sarvavangmayam. But as I grew up, there comes an understanding that also has importance in the technique and the performance, right? Angikam Bhuvanam. So we have Angika, Vachika, Aharya, and Satvika as abhinayas. And Angika abhinaya is everything that we express through our bodies. Vachika is the language that we use, like lyrics or speech that we use to communicate. And Aharya is any ornamentation. Like, it need not be ornamentation, but it could be anything that is outside of the performer's body that is used to communicate, like lights or music score or costumes, any of those things, props, all of that would be Aharya. And Satvika is something different, because Satvika is the inherent emotive presence in the performer that brings about a physical change, like sweating or goosebumps. It's not just something that is inside, but it's something that brings a physical change. So this is a technical thing of Angika, that shlokam. Now, when we apply it to this idea of Shiva or Ishvara, we realize abhinaya means to communicate or to lead towards, right? So we communicate and we lead the audience towards something. And in the sphere of performance, we realize we lead them towards rasa, right? Because rasa is the ultimate thing that a person must experience from a performance, and what as choreographers and directors we want to share with a viewing audience. So, or we want the viewing audience to experience. It's not necessarily like we can share rasa, but we want them to experience rasa when they watch something that we've created as artists. Now, when you look at it from the perspective of Ishvara, and you say, if you think of abhinaya is what leads towards, and it uses 4 means of communication: Angika, Vachika, Aharya, and Satvika. These are our means of communication on stage. Now, when you say Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya, it means that it could mean one of 2 things, as I understand it. It says his means of, Ishvara's means of communication is the entire creation, and he speaks to us through everything, or those are his angas. Everything is him, from the floor to the the wind, the breeze, the cement construction, the cars, the flowers, the trees, the ocean. Everything is Ishvara. Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya is all of the world, everything. And that is his means of communication. That's how he lets us know that he's there. It need not be just he. Ishvara lets us know, he or she. There's no gender for Ishvara. Vachikam Sarva Vangmayam. Everything that we learn through language, we also have, we learn things either through direct perception, through our eyes and ears, we learn, or we learn through indirect perception, through someone explaining something to us. So even everything that we learn through talking or language, even all of that is Ishvara. He exists in the summation of all languages. So anything you may come to know or come to realize through explanation, all of that is Ishvara as well. And Aharyam, I was thinking, what is this Aharyam? Like, how do I explain? How do I think of this in the context of Ishvara? And then it says, Aharyam Chandra Taradi. All the sun and the moon and the stars and everything in the universe that exists, that is there beyond the realm of this earth, is that. So if we see the sun and the moon and the stars, literally, I'm just telling you how I understand the verse, okay? Because it's not something that is you can quote. I'm just telling you what it means to me, okay? When you say the sun and the moon and the stars, if you look up at the sky, right? To me, if you look up at the sky and you look up at these galaxies and stars that are there, through that we understand that there is a lot more to know. On stage, if I hold a little cloth like this, then you know it's a baby, right? In the same way, if we look at the sun and the moon and the stars, then we realize that, oh my God, the world is not limited to this. And this entire universe, including all of that, is Ishvara. Tam namaha satvikam shivam. This is a little bit of a more complex thing. So now through this abhinaya, through this, on stage we communicate all these things through angika, vachika, aharya. So I will wear a sari, then it'll sing a song of Yashoda, and then I hold this, then this is Krishna, right? So I've used all the angika, vachika, aharya. Now with Satvika on stage, what happens is that suppose I really experience that I am Yashoda and I truly feel that and I embody that character, and Krishna is leaving me, and as I say bye, when I'm speaking, my voice breaks. That cracking in the voice is Satvika. And when I say goodbye, and then a tear falls out of my eye, inadvertently, it's not something that you put glycerine or poke your eye. If it comes with the emotion overwhelms you and it physically manifests, so much so that you're so overwhelmed in your imagination that even your body is fooled by that, right? The body that we reside in, that we're present in, our own body is fooled by our own imagination, which is funny, right? As performers, it's such a strange thing. We can fool our own body, and then you'll cry because you see Krishna walking away, and then you're like, oh my God, my son is leaving me. And then that becomes Satvika Abhinaya, right? And through this Satvika Abhinaya, we communicate to the audience something that is not inferred, that is not something that is communicated through speech. It's not like the lights turn on and then the audience presumes, oh, it's morning, right? Or the lights dim and it becomes blue and the audience presumes it's night. But it's something that happens at that very moment in a shared space and time where the performer is performing, the audience sees it, and they and the performer are both fooled into believing that this is true, right? This departure of Krishna, this presence of Yashoda and this performer, and both will say, oh my God, and some may feel bad and some may experience something. So both of us, me and you as performer and audience, are in this shared moment where something real happens. But it's different from the other abhinayas, because for the other abhinayas to work, you must have existed in the world and you should have known something before. Like if you've never seen a sunrise, if the light turns on, you will never know that that's morning, right? Or if it becomes blue, you will never know that that's night. And if you never know language, if you've never heard words, you can never build an understanding of what the language communicates. But this particular moment, this Satvika Abhinaya, happens at the same time for both the performer and the audience. So I thought this is so special in performance. How does it work with Ishvara when we say Tam Namaha Satvikam Shivam? And I thought about it for a long time, and many years in fact. And I was thinking, if you say Satvikam Shivam from a sphere of performance, when you are, when we know, I understand, the closest that I can understand Ishvara as a performer is at that moment when this Satvika does exist as a performer, when I am overwhelmed by tears, and I do truly believe I am Yashoda, and at the same time, I also know that I am not Yashoda, right? I have a life outside of that, right? This Krishna that is walking away right in front of me is not actually real, but he is real, right? And then I thought, hey, isn't this what Vedanta says, right? There's the closest I can experience. I'm not a Swami, I don't know. That I think that at that moment where we see that Satvika Abhinaya exists for a performer, at that moment, I feel closest to Ishvara because I'm a limited person. And because in this life and in this world, as we understand, all our forms, our bodies, our names, me as Rukmini, me as a dancer, these are all not me. And I exist separate of all of this. And that I which is present is also the Ishvara or the self or the essence of everything. And I thought this slokam is so beautiful as I understood it later. So it says, Angikam bhuvanam yasya vachikam sarvavangmayam aharyam chandrataradi tam namaha satvikam shivam, is that Angika, like all of this world, everything that is present is Ishvara. And that is him. It is not that he is inside it, he's underneath, it's on top of it. No. There's no distance between Ishvara and everything, all the objects, what we perceive as living, non-living entities, everything is Ishvara. Vachikam sarvavangmayam, he exists in all language, in all words, everything that we understand through language or concepts, perception is ruled by this underlying intelligence of Ishvara or that supreme consciousness. Aharyam Chandra Taradi. When we look up at the sun and the moon and the stars, we're reminded of this, and that is there. And Tam Namaha Satvikam Shivam. As a performer, when you are in experience that Satvika Abhinaya, and you know that witness or that that entity that is watching you be Yashoda, watching you play this role with complete involvement and at the same time complete detachment, knowing fully well that you are not this role, you are not this Rukmini, you're not this person, then you understand Ishvara. Because the last line just says Tam Namaha Satvikam Shivam. And you're just Satvikam Shivam. There's no explanation for that line, right? Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya, and all of this happens. So at that moment of that experience, when you shed this attachment or this ego, maybe it's just the shedding of ego that happens, this ego or this attachment to your own self and your presence in your body, and you experience that sattva, that's pretty close in terms of understanding the world. So I think that this verse to me has revealed a lot over the years. And when we say Nataraja and we worship Nataraja as the cosmic dancer, to me, I see the entire creation, all of the world, all of the universe dancing, and everything is in movement, from this couch behind me to this computer to the screen. All of this that exists in this change, the constant change that happens, everything is changing, and the one changeless thing is that self that is you, and that self that is the manifest is also the same manifestation of Ishvara. So I think that dance brings me close to this every time, but just being close to it during a stage, during a performance is not enough. It's also, I think, it's important to understand these concepts and Vedantic concepts. It's not concepts, so understand the self, because then you'll be free in real life, not just for those few seconds when you're Yashoda or Krishna. Okay, so wish you all a very, very happy Shivaratri, a little bit in advance, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Rukmini. That was really beautifully explained. And of course, like, we're all like teens, so we've never been to a Gurukulam or something. But, as a dancer, like, the fact that Vedanta is so beautifully reflected in Natya, I heard somewhere that rasa is one step below Brahman. That to be, if you're experiencing rasa from a good dance, that is almost equivalent to being just below, reaching for that consciousness.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to ask you, what does it take for a dancer to properly exhibit rasa on stage? As in, to bring everyone that experience. That's something that you can't. Maybe I'm not understanding it enough, but you can't really get through technique, right? So, how do you do that?
Actually, you can get through technique. That is exactly what you get it through. Not physical technique. We think technique is only something that is physical, like if you do your adavas properly or something that you'll get rasa. No. What we create on stage is bhava, and what the audience experiences is rasa. So when the bhava is complete, right? When your angika, vachika, aharya are in perfect balance, and this map of communication is clear, right? So I'm sure some of you have cried at a movie, watched a film and shed a tear, or felt really bad at, like when you saw some, I don't know, there's a lot of dog movies that I used to feel bad in when I was a teenager. So when the puppy leaves or this dog returns, you're suddenly happy or you're excited. So all of this is rasa. And in film, they do it really well because they're able to manage this balance of angika, vachika, aharya, and many times they fake the satvika, but it really doesn't matter. So whether you have satvika or not, it doesn't mean it doesn't. If the three of angika, vachika, aharya are perfectly balanced, and the choreographer and director do that well, even if the actor displays no satvika, the audience can still feel rasa. It just depends on the choices that the director or choreographer makes for that. So it depends on how you construct and build the bhava and the journey you take the audience on. And when you, just like I said, when you, as the performer, you shed this ego, and for that moment of satvika abhinaya, where you are over, where your own body is fooled by this, you suddenly you were fully Yashoda and fully yourself, or whoever you call yourself. I'm fully Yashoda and fully Rukmini at the same time. At that same time, the same way for an audience, it happens during rasa. So when you are watching someone and you cry because same thing, whatever. You cry because Yashoda said bye to Krishna, let's say, for example, right? And you say, oh my God, that's so sad. And you shed a tear in the audience member. For that moment, you shed who you are and you empathize completely with another person, another human being, another performer, and it's not even real, right? Fully knowing well that that is not real. Because if it was real, it would be different. You would be overwhelmed by the emotion. So you feel the emotion, but you feel a separateness from it. So that's why they may say that it's close to experiencing Brahman, because in reality, when you know Brahman or you know Ishvara or know the self, then that's how life is viewed. You will see and experience everything in life as you, as Arushi, as Rukmini, as whatever, knowing fully well that that is not you, that you are separate from this. Now we associate ourselves with this body and this name and this place, and I'm a dancer, I'm this, I'm this hair and this face. So we associate ourselves with this, and we say that you experience Brahman when experiencing rasa, because for that moment you experience the emotion, also knowing fully well that you're not it, right? So that's how I presume you would experience life if you understand the self. That's why rasa.
Namaste, Rukmini ji. So my name is Vivek, and I'm actually not a dancer. I am a singer, but I don't have much experience in dance. But it's definitely something that has interested me and that does interest me. And one of the things that really intrigues me with Natya is this element of abhinaya, which you touched upon. And I watched a part of one of your Ashtapadis, also Yahi Madhava, and I also definitely felt like that was manifested. You touched upon some of this in your when you were speaking with respect to abhinaya. You were talking about sattvic abhinaya and other forms of abhinaya, as well as this element of duality, such as knowing that you're Yashoda, being Yashoda in some sense, but not in others. So, based on all of that, I'm curious to ask, how does one improve their abhinaya? I mean, to what degree is it a physical or mental thing, and to what degree is it does it require spiritual understanding? Because you were also talking about this element of shedding the ego. So if you could shed some light on that, I would greatly appreciate it. Namaste.
With Abhinay, it's primarily, there's a lot of technique. There's nothing to spiritually understand with respect to that. I think that there is this, it happens in layers, okay? So you have to understand the character completely. You have to be able to know how that character walks, talks, thinks, how the character might react to situations, not just situations that are there in your script or in your song, but if the character had a computer, how would they react? If they had a light, what would they do? So how the character would react in general to anything. So there's a lot of understanding that happens, and reading, and thought process to know what this person that you are kind of emoting does. And especially with Puranic characters, like things that are from the Bhagavatam or Ramayana and Mahabharata, there is a lot of information that is already available. So when you build on these Puranic characters or stories, it's important for us to know and then go forward. Kind of like any Friends episode, right? You can't write the next episode on Friends if you haven't already studied how Monica or Chandler or whatever how they are before. So if we are creating something in dance, we study these characters properly and these personas, and we build upon what is existing. One part is that. Second thing is having these three abhinayas in balance, and Angika, Vachika, Ahari, and Satvika. The third thing is, when we are emoting a character, it is more important for us to imagine the space, the person, where we are. And that's a skill. It's nothing spiritual about it. You have to be able to handle objects, know where you are, where you're going, what's this. So if I'm on stage performing, I see things. I can see a tree. I know the color of the tree. What's under my foot? Is there mud or sand? What am I holding? Is it a brass pot? Is it a small pot? What's inside the pot? So there's this thing of imagination that you construct around you, and once that imagination is constructed, it's also a skill to know the lines, but at the same time surprise yourself every time you hear it. Or so if I say, what are you doing, Krishna? And he says, I'm just going there. So that thing of I'm just going there is also happening within my mind, because there's no one standing there, right? And I'm just going there, he says. Just going there is my response. Why are you just going there? So if I'm speaking, I'm also continuously seeing him saying something back to me. Why are you just going there? I asked you to come here. And he said, but I don't want to come here. Don't want to. So if I'm continuously talking, there is a response, there is an action, there is a seeing, there is a believing of this character that exists, which especially in classical Indian dance form, because we are solo performers, we create this imaginary thing all around us, right? From objects to people, everything is populated by our own mind, by our own imagination. So I think that when our imagination is so full that we believe it ourselves, your abhinaya gets better. And there are a lot of things that are skill, like you have to know the lines, you have to know the cueing, you need to know the meaning, you have to be sensitive to musicality and rhythm. You can't just do whatever you want. So I think there's several things, and it's largely based on skill. I think the spiritual understanding does something in terms of, or if you are dancing content in Bharatanatyam or in Odissi or whatever it is in classical Indian dance form, because the content is so related to all Hindu philosophy, it helps to understand the spiritual, the metaphors that exist within it, because then it can make more sense to you. But at the same time, even if you don't understand it or don't relate to it, you can just be a good actor and you can still communicate what's necessary, because there are a lot of good actors in film. So that doesn't have anything to do with spiritual understanding, but it's nice to have it because then you can relate to the subjects better.
Thank you, Rukmini.
Thank you, Rukmini, for that wonderful answer. I think that was really helpful because I'm a dancer too. So when I do abhinaya, it's really important to connect the physical techniques to the mental and how to connect them coherently. And our next question is from a viewer. And since we are Hindu Students Council, she wanted to know, how does Hinduism reflect through your dance? Or does your faith become firmer in those moments of dance where you feel immersed in Ishvara or Brahman during a performance either on stage or at home?
Okay. So if all of our content primarily when we are in the classical Indian dance forms, even theater, music, like if you're a Carnatic singer, all of them address these ideas of Ishvara basically, or Brahman, right? Either literally through the lyrics and all of that, or metaphorically through symbols, through the stories. And I think that for each person, what they do with a full heart, with conviction, without selfishness, it could be anything that will bring them closer to Ishvara, right? You could be an architect or an engineer, and if you're not selfish and mean and you're not cheating people and you genuinely do it out of that passion for creating and writing and designing, in those moments of designing where you are completely engaged in your subject matter, you will let go of yourself, right? So it's not something that, yes, I think with dance and music, it's a little easier, I feel, but it doesn't mean that it happens only in dance and music, because sometimes I think as dancers, we believe we are, the keepers of this, but that's not true. Like, we're really good only on stage. And then the moment we get off, all these same awful emotions exist in us, So it's not that we become better humans just because we're dancers. We have to make an effort to be better humans outside of dance, because in dance we may be fantastic, and in music, but once the music and dance ends, it's really not the same. So I think that as a dancer, yes, it does. I think I am most at peace when I'm dancing, because it also allows me to shed my attachment to this idea of myself that I have. And but it happens only for that short time, right? Because the moment I stop dancing, all of this comes back again. So a more, let's say, everyone's talking about sustainable living. A more sustainable Ishvara is when it happens outside of the dance, and that that's it, or you understand this idea of Brahman or Ishvara outside of the performative sphere. But it's I think each of us have things that will help us, like meditation helps some people. Some people listening to music is good because they can they can switch off their thoughts. It's a good way to control the mind. So for dancing, for me, it helps me control my mind, and it helps me bring my mind to rest. And Yeah, because you're not close or far from Ishvara. Ishvara is everywhere, in your teacup, in your computer, everywhere, everything. So, and if you are that Brahman and you are that Ishvara, there is no bringing yourself close to it or removing yourself far away from it or being closer because you're dancing. That's just our own mind playing games with us. It's not that we become closer or further away from dancing and music. For each of us, we find our own niches, and we do that because that helps us with controlling our mind and being better people, because we have not yet realized Ishvara. That's how I see it.
Thank you so much, Rukmini ji. I know we're giving all these questions on the spot, so you're still able to come up with these coherent answers. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I have a question, Rukmini ji. So
Sure.
even though you're an Indian and we are Americans, I feel like, since we're both Hindus, we both try to preserve our traditions while adapting to the changes in the world. And you're really known for trying new dance techniques in your choreographies, especially in your contemporary piece. So you even danced underwater in Nadi, the balance of the elements. As youth in a generation of cultural clashes, how do you think that one can go about incorporating modern and novel ideas while preserving the essence of nothing?
I think for this, one thing is very, very, very important. I think you must have all heard this idea that the deeper the roots, the taller the tree, right? And I think that it's very important as a classical dancer or someone who is practicing any art form that comes from a very rich cultural heritage or a layered cultural heritage, to understand all aspects, not just of the technique of the form, but also of the culture and their heritage. Because only then can you play with it, right? Only then will you understand, oh, what am I doing, and what feels right or what feels wrong. And many times I find that it's fun. Like I see no problem with it, to be honest. There are a lot of younger dancers who take the classical vocabulary and put them with hip hop and do something else, or make cool collaborations, and that's all a process of understanding, and that's good. There's no problem. I don't have an issue with it, because after all, it's just a dance form and they want to try something, let them try. But there is an essence that exists within the form. One essence exists in the technique and the gesture, and the other essence exists in the source of the form itself. Like, for example, I say this to so many people, I must have repeated this hundreds of times, but if you look at any art form, like take for example ballet, right? It came from nobility, so the posture is here, everyone's here, the speaking is here, so there is this air of, like, I'm presenting myself, and there's all of this, the bowing down is like here, the spine is lengthened, and because it came from royalty performing. Louis XIV popularized it. He was a king. Before that, it came from the Medici family. The Medici family was, like nobility at that time in Italy, right? So they kind of had these presentations and these floats, and it was like a very presentational, elite kind of performance thing. So that kind of performance, that in many ways, that's the beauty of ballet. This position, this posture, this hand, that, like, it's that cultural identity that it comes from exists within the gestural and physical choices that form has made, right? We see it and it's there, and that becomes the beauty of that form itself. If you take that out of ballet and then you do this in the ballet, and you think it's no longer balletic. That's the beauty. Like for jazz, like there's this assertive physicality that's there, and all of it is very like, look at me, see me here, notice me. And it comes from a time where the Western world had taken all the ethnic cultures as slaves, right? And it kept them there. And it was a time where people, everybody in that place, the darker skinned people, all of us, we had to assert, and largely people of African origin, they had to assert themselves, and so that kind of mixed with some of the other forms, and jazz came with this, like this power and this presence in the physicality. Now, many of us, we forget to understand where the classical dance cultures came from in India, and all of the classical dance, including the music, everything comes from largely the Natya Shastra, right? And if you look at that itself, it is largely about understanding the self, understanding Ishvara. How do we make this knowledge of understanding the self accessible to people? And people will understand it in different levels. So even if someone has no interest in this subject, they will listen to a story or watch a thing, laugh, enjoy themselves, and go home. If someone has an interest and they know something, they may unravel the next layer of metaphors that exist within the story. So when the classical forms have this within, when we take that and present something else, we should just be aware of what we are doing to the classical forms. That's all. I'm not saying don't do it, don't be there, don't do this. Just know that. So there is a technique that's there, which the Bharatanatyam largely lays on Carnatic music, and I find the rhythmic nuance, the beauty of the layering of that polyrhythmic structure that is so inherent, in our mridangis and our percussionists in Carnatic music. There's even with Hindustani music, that the rhythms in India are so layered, especially in Bharatanatyam. The mridangist, they will play one thing, the jati will be another, the dancer will say something else, the swaras that the musicians sing will have another rhythmic layer. So there is so much beauty in this rhythmic structure, and along with the technique, the form, the thing, the gesture, all of this, there is a technical side, and then there is the side of the content and where did this form come from. So I don't see anything wrong, because we are of this modern world. This is a tradition, but at the same time, it's an art form. It is going to change. Nothing's going to happen if it changes a bit. And it's really not how it is. How it is today is not how it was 20, 30 years ago even. And at the same time, I don't believe that when you are creating with honesty and with the need to share an idea, and you are fully equipped with deep roots, you will know what to do. My only suggestion is that when you try to create something new, continue to keep learning those varnams, the music, study Carnatic music more, keep finding out more about the form, the culture. Don't just leave that and go forward, because then your roots will become wonky. So that's my only advice. And I mean, not even advice, I say suggestion, because I think that that's important, and it's always been important to me. And as long as you're not creating something for the sake of novelty or to be cool or to be seen, that's never a reason to create art. So don't do it if you are doing it for that sake. I think art must be created if you have something to say, something to share, and it's an overwhelming need in you for that. So if that's the reason, go ahead, and I think you will be equip yourself constantly. I hope that answers. I know it was a very long answer for a short question, but yeah.
Namaste, Rukmini ji. Thank you for that. It was a very well said explanation. So our next question is, I watched one of your videos and you said that parents, your parents have you, I'm sorry. So I watched one of your videos and you said your parents have you a choice of masters in the US or a dance. And one thing a lot of people struggle with in this generation is the idea of career choice in regards to what a good career is in pursuing the arts. So what would you say to parents and kids in this situation? So like what's the thing you love in this professional path as a dancer that you took?
See, there are two things in this. Okay, one is many times we just are too caught up in emotions and we're going to make the wrong choice. Okay, we need to use our intelligence as well. There's one side is this where you tend towards what you enjoy, what you want to learn from within you, right? And for you to be able to recognize that. And I think that it's important for each of us to recognize where we feel most inclined towards. It could be design, it could be music, it could be engineering. Some of you may be really loving numbers. So where is it that this numbers works? Like, can you go into accounting? Can you go into I don't know, like computer science or planning, all of that, so obviously I don't know all the career choices. So there is when you arrive at where you are most inclined, there are actually a lot of options in that within where you're most inclined. And it's up to us to then apply our intelligence and make an intelligent choice alongside that, right? So I see a lot of people saying, I want to be a dancer. I've been like doing something for so long and I haven't danced in like 15 years and now I want to be a dancer. And I'm saying there's an intelligent choice. How are you going to now? There's a body that we have. Our body grows older and it is not so forgiving anymore. So am I going to advise quit your computer science job and become a dancer now? That it'll be viable for you? No. But I am going to say, if you love dancing, make time every week, every weekend, whenever in the evenings. Give up on some of your social commitments and make time for dance so that you feel fulfilled and happy, right? So I think there is an intelligence mixed with where you're inclined. And that's where your career lies. Because I used to love painting and I would paint a lot and, like draw and sketch and all of that. But could I have done it as a career? No. I don't think I could have painted morning to night and done that. But I can do it for dance. And it's easy for me. Some people like the arts and they enjoy it and they like the idea of it. But will they wake up at 4 in the morning and continue to do it throughout the day until 9 p.m.? No. Most people will not do that. So if you think that in your summer holidays, if everything that you're doing morning to night is just dance or just music, and you can think nothing else other than dance or music or arts or whatever, then talk to your parents and say, I'm not able to do anything else. I'm pretty sure they'll understand. But I don't think that it's possible to say, I love it, and most of your summer holidays you spend outside with your friends, and you say, but I want to be a dancer, mom. I love it. She's not going to let you. So it's not a compromise between parents and children. Understand that your parents also are thinking of your best interest. And use your own mind. You're all like, you have your brains and your mind to help you. So don't try not to make emotional decisions. If you want to dance and you want your parents to understand, give them logical, clear things and say, this is not it's my passion. I love it. Those are not good reasons. Give them practical, clear understanding and saying, see, this is where I work. When I work, I don't feel like I'm working. If I go out into a computer science job, within 3 years, my mind will, stop working, which is true for me. So with this, I can work morning to night. So my productivity will be better and I'll be doing this. I'll prove it to you. See what I do over the summer. So show them. And I think then you'll make the right career choice. Don't be motivated by money or like, I will make a lot of money in this profession. I will be seen. People will like me. my friends are doing. These are all like very horrible emotional decisions, and we all make them. So yeah, try to be logical.
Namaste, Rukmini ji. This will be the last question of our segment. But I actually wanted to circle back to what I had asked earlier
Sure.
about what you believe the central qualities of a guru are, and what should a guru-shishya relationship look like?
Okay. I actually recently wrote an article about this, so I thought a lot about it. I think that it's very different now in terms of the teacher and student relationship. Ideally, the Guru Shishya Parampara, or when we say Guru and Shishya in a traditional idea of what that is, it doesn't just apply to dance and music. Now we use that word guru only for dance and music, right? There are many people who are gurus who don't teach us dance and music. They teach, I don't know, life lessons or physics or whatever. It could be anything. Firstly, I think, as I understand it, the relationship is not transactional, right? And on both sides, there is a duty that exists that each one knows and acknowledges. How I think it used to be, from what I understand and what I've heard, is that the guru would teach the student everything that they know for as many years. And then the student would go and the student would give to the teacher in terms of remuneration the maximum that they thought was possible by them. So if they're from a wealthy background, they would give them more. If they're from a less wealthy or less well-to-do background, they would give them less. And they would give them whatever they thought is equal to this idea of learning, right? So the shishya had a responsibility there. The next thing is that the shishya would go out and they would work for a certain amount of time. And after they work, they would bring whatever they thought was right for the Guru Dakshina and give it to the Guru. Now in this world, we can't live in this thing. Everybody has to have a fee. Everybody has to say, this is my fees, this is what I would like to collect for my teaching and all of this. But I think that I'm in the dance circle, so I will tell you from the dancers and the teachers that I know. I think most dance teachers, when they see a dedicated student and they see that their commitment to the dance is very, very honest. I know many dancers teach their students without asking for any fees. And I think that when they recognize that thing in a shishya, they will do that. So the relationship is not one where the guru says you must do this, you must not go there, you must go here, you must do that. At the same time, the shishya also doesn't constantly doubt the guru, double cross, they will question them. They understand that their intent is the best for them and they trust them for that period of time. So now both things are there. It is not the guru's fault, it's not the shishya's fault. In both ways, the guru will say one fee, the shishya will say, oh my god, she charges so much, this is this, that is that. Then the guru will say, okay, no fee. Then the shishya will, I don't even want to say guru and shishya. So the teacher will say, okay, no fee. The student will study for so long and then say, okay, sorry, I'm not, I don't like this stuff, and just not show up. So both the duties are being taken for granted now. Ideally, it's the best in the way that it's meant to be. It's the best. So I personally, for me, I aspire to be the ideal guru, because what is required is that you give without holding back, you give selflessly, and you have the best interest of your students in mind, and you're not attached to them. That's the hard part. So so that is the qualities of a guru. A shishya at the same time is shishya surrenders themselves to the guru, learns honestly, and gives back to the guru whatever they feel is right, and they have a certain respect and honesty. Because when I was a kid, well, my teacher's house, if I went to the dance teacher's house, my parents had taught me you should do anything for them. So I would sweep the hall, clean the things, put up the curtains. Like we would do all kinds of things, and I understand it's not the same now, and you don't expect the same things, but at the same time there is a kind of um, I don't want to say dedication, honesty. I want to say a kind of warmth and respect that needs to exist. And it can happen only if both work like this. If one is coming and the other is going this way, it really won't work. So it needs two hands to clap.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on, Rukmini ji. We really, really enjoyed it, and especially how much you connected all of the knowledge about dance to Vedanta and Hinduism specifically. We were wondering if you just had any other questions for us or any brief ending thoughts.
Firstly, I'd like to say congratulations, you all kids, and you're organizing this. This is amazing. I'm very happy that you're doing this for Shivaratri. As ending thoughts for, I'll speak about Shivaratri because it's one of my most favorite festivals, and I always celebrate it by dancing every night for almost 4 nights, 5 nights, long hours of the night. So I travel usually for Shivaratri. This is the first year in a long time. I miss very few years, but I think for over the last 10 years, I've been going to all the temples in Tamil Nadu. So Tanjavur, Chidambaram, Tirunalla, Nagapattinam, Gangaikonda Cholapuram, then where else? Tiruvadaimarudur, and like 5-6 others. So a total of like between 7 and 11 temples, and I would dance there every night for like I would dance in one temple, travel for another hour, dance again for 40 minutes, travel again, dance. So I think that yes, we do stay awake and we do dance and we do celebrate it with music, but Shivaratri is also about fasting a mind of bad thoughts and bad actions. It's also about not just a physical fast, but it's a mental fast, not of thoughtlessness. It's not of removing thoughts from your mind, but it's more about being able to channel our thoughts towards things that are positive, things that are good, not just positive, but things that think of others and not just oneself. So I think Shivaratri is about celebrating the beauty in all people and all of creation, no matter how judgmental and limited we are ourselves. So I think that that is how I understand Shivaratri, and I normally do it by dancing and hoping that I can imbue the rest of that idea in my life. And congratulations to all of you, and thank you for having me, and I was very happy to be here. Can I ask you a question? Are you all from the same city or you're from different parts?
No, can we all just introduce what city we're from?
Yeah, please.
So,
Yeah.
namaste, my name is Samyukta Ramanan. I'm a senior in California.
Okay.
Yeah, namaste. I'm Saumya. I'm from the same school as Samyukta, so also California.
Okay.
I'm Arushi Ramaka, and I'm from Montgomery High School in New Jersey. And Bhuvanesh, go ahead, Bhuvanesh.
Okay.
Namaste. My name is Bhuvanesh Prabhakar. I am from Bridgewater Raritan High School in New Jersey. Go ahead, Shrikar.
Namaste, I'm Shrikar Sadhu. I'm from Somerset, New Jersey, around the same area, and I'm from Thomas Edison High School. Go ahead, Vivek.
Namaste, my name is Vivek Darlabhandi, and I'm from J.P. Stevens High School in Edison, New Jersey.
Okay.
Namaste, my name is Sri Pradha and I'm from Hatboro Christian High School in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And you all got together? How?
We all came together through HSC, so it's a national organization. It's like a nonprofit dedicated to advocacy, empowerment, and seva of Hinduism in America. So we have chapters all across America, and yeah, it's amazing that we were able to meet because, and I think quarantine actually helped with that a lot, like staying in place. It was that's the reason I joined HSC, and I think a lot of others as well.
That's great. That's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear. And congratulations on doing a wonderful job with this. And carry on. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So after that wonderful discussion, I don't know how to describe it. It was amazing. We have one more dance performance in our third segment, and this is by Preena.
Actually, we have one more dance segment before Prerna's dance. It will be a Bharatanjali performed by Akshaya Bharat, a senior at Radnor High School.
Sorry, Bhuvanesh. Yeah, he's right. We have one more performance, and a Bharatanjali is a rhythmic composition that celebrates dance.
And this performance will be followed by the Natesha Kautuam, which is the Ode to Shiva.
Enjoy the dance, everyone.
This piece is by Akshaya Bharat, and like they said, she's a senior from the Nardana Dance School.
Wow, Akshaya, I think this dance was so unique because it combined multiple pieces into one continuous performance.
I think that besides being breathtaking, this dance had the gift of variety.
Indeed. Our next performance will be a Kautubam. I'm very excited to watch this. Kautubams are beautiful dance pieces, most of which are dedicated to one element of Bhagavan.
The next dance is a Kautvam dedicated to the great holy river Ganga, a composition of Srimati Chitra Vishweshwaran. River Ganga, with her sparkling divine waves, uplifts one and all with her auspicious qualities and purity.
True, she's held as a crown jewel on Mahadeva's head, flowing gently and spreading wide to cover the entire land of India. Destroying all earthly fears, she upholds the three worlds, bringing inner peace to one's Atma. The Ganga Kautvam will be performed by Preena Padmanabhan from the Nardana Dance Academy of Dance. Welcome, Preena. And in the meanwhile, while the video is loading, let's take a moment to thank our donors. We would not be here without them, so thank you so much. Sheila Akka, Sudhakar ji, S. Kejriwal ji, Bharat ji, Rameshan ji, Shefalika ji, Narendra ji, Shivapriya ji, and Divyan. Thank you so much, and we would not be here without you guys. And
पितामहस्य नियमव्यापार्य पात्रे जलम् पश्यत् पन्नगशायिनो भगवतः पादोदगम् पवनं भूयः संकुचटा विभूषणमणि जग्नोत् महाशैर्यम् कन्या भागीरथी भगवती गंगे हे भगवती गंगे दिव्य तरंगे हे दिव्य तरंगे भगवती गंगे दिव्य तरंगे पतितोद्धारिणि पुण्य तरंगे भगवती गंगे दिव्य तरंगे पतितोद्धारिणि पुण्य तरंगे गंगे जय गंगे गंगे जय गंगे ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु तक्क ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु ताम ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु तक्क ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु ताम ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु तक्क ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु ताम ध्रिगुडु ध्रिगुडु త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం వనతారి త్రిలోక సంచారి భవ భయహారి కల్మషనాశి త్రిభువనతారిణి త్రిలోక సంచారి భవ భయహారి కల్మషనాశిని గంగే జయ గంగే గంగే జయ గంగే త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం శంభో జడాగ విభూషిత గంగే భారత వర్ష విహారిణి గంగే శంభో జడాహ విభూషిత గంగే భారత వర్ష విహారిణి గంగే ధవళ తరంగే దివ్య తరంగే జయ జయ భగవతి మాత గంగే ధవళ తరంగే దివ్య తరంగే జయ జయ భగవతి మాత గంగే గంగే జయ గంగే గంగే జయ గంగే త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తక్క త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తాం త్రిగుడు తాం తా తదిమి ది తదిమి తుం తదిమి జం పరిగెడతక నం తా తదిమి ది తదిమి తుం తదిమి జం పరిగెడతక నం తా కుది కుత కిట్ట తుం కిటకిటకిటం నంగి కిడతక గంగే జయ గంగే గంగే జయ గంగే గంగే జయ గంగే 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 గంగే
That was very beautiful Kautam, beautiful lyrics and very beautiful rendition. Thank you very much, Prina.
Thank you, Prina. I agree. And now I think that concludes our third segment. So we have one final segment to go. And so we will switch to our second group of MCs. I know you'll miss us. We'll be back. Don't worry. But thank you.
No, I think the audience likes us more. Just kidding. We all love you, all three of you.
Namaste, everyone. We're back. So now for one fun fact about the connection between Shiva and Sanskritam that you may not know.
So the letters in Sanskritam are said to come from the syllables that emanated from Shiva's Damaru, known as the Mahashivaratri. A lot of Sanskritam grammar is derived from the sutram.
Whoa, really? That's so cool.
You know what's even more cool? We're going to have a singer to start off our fourth segment now. Shashanka SN will be performing a Telugu semi-classical song. He is a music student and vocalist and is an extremely talented performer with multiple awards under his belt, including the Cleveland Tyagaraja Aradhana and Nata Idol 2020, and performed at UNESCO International World Peace Day celebrations.
The song is Anati Niraya from the movie Swatikiranam. It's a Carnatic style song in praise of Shiva. The song will sway you to another world, and we guarantee that Shashanka's rendition will take you with him to Bhakti. Take it away, Shashanka.
పశుమతిలో ప్రతిక్షణం పశుమతీయధీనమై పశుమతిలో ప్రతిక్షణం పశుమతీయధీనమై కదులుగా సదా సదా మనని నీయనా
Can I just say that the alapanas were my favorite part of this song? This may be a bias because, the director, the composer of the song is one of my favorite composers, and the lyrics are also beautiful. And Sasanka, thank you for truly transporting us into another world and bringing that bhakti of Shiva that's so potent in these type of songs. Thank you again for performing.
Yes, that was an amazing performance. I do agree.
Oh my god, I like his vocals were on top. So, what is our next performance?
This next piece is dedicated to Mahadeva Shiva Nataraja.
Shiva Nataraja is a cosmic dancer that represents the rhythmic movement of the entire universe.
Tandava illustrate.
Tandava.
Oh, sorry, Shrika, go ahead. My bad.
Sorry. Tandava illustrates his vigorous dance performances, and it represents the manifestation of primal rhythmic energy.
Ananda Tandavam, his dance of joy, is reciprocated by his consort Parvati, with Lasya portraying gentle movements.
Holding the kettle fire in one hand and the kettle drum in the other, he dances spectacularly in the golden Chidambaram temple, decorated with 1,000 pillars.
This dance is etched with sculpturesque poses derived from the Karanas, discussed in the Natya Shastra.
So, have you guessed a dance yet? And if not,
this dance is called Ananda Kuta Adinar, performed by Janaki Haridas from Nardana Dance Academy.
Enjoy.
That was an amazing performance. I really, really enjoyed that.
I really could feel the emotion and power of the song that was being displayed in this dance.
Good job, Janaki. That was definitely a good performance of Ananda Kuta Dinar.
Yes, I agree. That was very enjoyable. To explain the next performance, the next song is one of the most powerful mantras written to sing the glory of Shiva.
It describes Shiva as the protector of the entire universe who has no birth or death. But then we ask, how is he adorned?
Usually, Shiva is adorned with a garland of skulls and snakes around his neck, and the river Ganga atop his head.
Wow, that is fascinating. A river on his head.
Yes, and he's the husband of the goddess Parvati and resides on Mount Kailash.
He has a trident as his weapon and a bull as his vehicle. He roams around the cremation grounds, burns desires born in the mind, and is the Mahadeva of everyone.
Those who pray to him with devotion will attain moksham after being blessed with beautiful children, wealth, friends, spouse, and a fruitful and fulfilling life.
Wait a second. So, like the mountain Mount Kailash, isn't that the same mountain that mountain climbers are super fascinated by? Like I've seen that in YouTube videos about this mountain.
Yes, it is that mountain. If you have not guessed the piece already, it is Shivashtakam, written by Adi Shankaracharya and performed by Sneha Indraganti. Sneha is from the same school as me, Hapurukhorsham, and is a student of Sri Yelimmachili Hanumatrao and Srimati Neela Rojarpurti.
Take it away, Sneha. We're so super excited to see you dance.
Before we continue on with Sneha's performance, we actually got cut off of Janaki's Ananda Kuta Dinar performance, so we will be finishing that up right now.
Sorry, Janaki.
Thank you, Janaki, for finishing that performance. I would like to quickly shout out the guru that Janaki and I share from Nartana Dance Academy, along with Prina and Akshaya, Guru Rama Ramesh. She has really been a guiding force for us, and I think that as you can see by the quality of the dances that have been presented by Nartana Dance Academy, she does a really good job at what she does. So we will be moving on to Sneha's piece now.
प्राणनादं विभूमिस्वनादं जगन्नाथनादं सदानन्दभाजम् प्रभुं प्राणनादं विभूमिस्वनादं जगन्नाथनादं सदानन्दभाजम् भवद्भव्यभूतेश्वरं भूतनादं शिवं शङ्करं शम्भुमीशानमीडे भवद्भव्यभूतेश्वरं भूतनादं शिवं शङ्करं शम्भुमीशानमीडे गणेरुण्डमालं तनौ सर्पजालं महाकालकालं गणेशादिपालम् गणेरुण्डमालं तनौ सर्पजालं महाकालकालं गणेशादिपालम् जटाजूटगङ्गोत्तरङ्गैर्विशेषं शिवं शङ्करं शम्भुमीशानमीडे जटाजूटगङ्गोत्तरङ्गैर्विशेषं शिवं शङ्करं शम्भुमीशानमीडे मुदा మండయంతం మహామండలం భస్మభూషాధరం ముదామాకరం మండలం మండయంతం మహామండలం భస్మభూషాధరం ఆరాధించవారం మహామోహమారం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే ఆరాధించవారం మహామోహమారం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే హఠాదో నివాసం మహాటట్టఘాతం మహాపాపనాశం సదా సుప్రకాశం హఠాదో నివాసం మహాటట్టఘాతం మహాపాపనాశం సదా సుప్రకాశం గిరీశం గణేశం సురేశం మహేశం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే గిరీశం గణేశం సురేశం మహేశం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే గిరీంద్రాత్మజాసం గృహీతార్థదేకం గిరౌ సంస్థితం సర్వదా సన్నికేతం గిరీంద్రాత్మజాసం గృహీతార్థదేకం గిరౌ సంస్థితం సర్వదా సన్నికేతం పరబ్రహ్మ బ్రహ్మాదివంద్యమానం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే పరబ్రహ్మ బ్రహ్మాదివంద్యమానం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే కామానం త్రిశూలం కరాభ్యంతరానం పదాం భోజనం రాయ కామంతదానం కామానం త్రిశూలం కరాభ్యంతరానం పదాం భోజనం రాయ కామంతదానం కాళీవత్సయానం సురాణం ప్రధానం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే మణివర్తయానం సురాణం ప్రధానం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే సరశ్చంద్రగాత్రం గణానందపాత్రం త్రినేత్రం పవిత్రం హరే సత్యమిత్రం శరశ్చంద్రగాత్రం గణానందపాత్రం త్రినేత్రం పవిత్రం హరే సత్యమిత్రం అపన్నాగణత్వం సదా సచ్చరిత్రం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే అపన్నాగణత్వం సదా సచ్చరిత్రం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే హరం సత్పకారం చితాభూవికారం అహం వేదసారం సదానిర్వికారం హరం సత్పకారం చితాభూవికారం అహం వేదసారం సదానిర్వికారం శ్మశానే వసంతం మనోజంతరంతం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే శ్మశానే వసంతం మనోజంతరంతం శివం శంకరం శంభునీసారమీడే స్వయం ప్రభాతే నరసూరమాణి పఠే స్తోత్రరత్నం దిగప్రాప్యరత్నం స్వయం ప్రభాతే నరసూరమాణి పఠే స్తోత్రరత్నం దిగప్రాప్యరత్నం స్వయం ప్రభాతే నరసూరమాణి పఠే స్తోత్రరత్నం దిగప్రాప్యరత్నం సుపుత్రం సుజానం సుభిక్షం కలత్రం విచిత్రై సమరాజ్యం మోక్షం ప్రయాతి सुपुत्रं सुजानं सुमित्रं कलत्रं विचित्रै समरजं मोक्षं
That was an amazing performance. That was breathtaking. I'm being very honest. That's one of my favorite items, and I could just like everything. Every move was perfect. Thank you so much for submitting that performance, Neha.
Yeah, I agree. That was so impactful. I just sat in a trance while watching that.
Yeah, that was really, really good. So moving on, our next dance will be by Rasya Ramesh from the Nardana Dance Academy.
So Shiva Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, his feet embellished with reverberating anklets, blissfully dances the Sandhya Tandava, accompanied on the drums by the Celestial Orchestra. Written by Sri Parshvanath Upadhyay, this piece generously lends to the dynamic qualities of the divine dance. It is indeed a visual treat when the devotees catch a glimpse of Shiva riding the majestic Nandi. He manifests himself as the five elements of nature, and his dance is a pictorial allegory of eternal energy, expressing the Shristi, creation, Sastiti, preservation, Samhara, destruction, Tirobhava, illusion, and Anugraha, release. Please enjoy this performance.
Take it away, Rasya.
शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिव त्रैलोक्य शुभकर संज्ञातांडव प्रिय आगिम भावय शंभो शंकर शिवा भस्म त्रिनेत्र भूतगणार्चित भस्म त्रिनेत्र भूतगणार्चित मुनिजन सेवित नंदीश ईश भस्म त्रिनेत्र भस्म त्रिनेत्र भस्म त्रिनेत्र भूतगणार्चित मुनिजन सेवित नंदीश ईश भस्म त्रिनेत्र भूतगणार्चित मुनिजन सेवित नंदीश ईश भस्म त्रिनेत्र भूतगणार्चित मुनिजन सेवित नंदीश ईश सात्विका कमल पगरि सत्यात्मानि निसारि सनि सनि पत्नी सात्रि सरि सपरि अपगरि सरि रे ग प निसा सरि गरि निसारि वरि सरि सरि ग प रि स निसा सनि ग प रि स प नि सरि ग सरि रि ग पगरि सरि शंकर शिवा 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 शिवा
Thank you, Rasya, for that wonderful performance. I really enjoyed the magnitude and scope of that item, as well as the profound energy radiating from it.
Yes, I agree. It was a very intense item, and of course, I'm not exactly an expert on rasa theory, but I know I felt wonder and I know I felt peace. So that was very excellently done, Rasya. Sorry, Rasya.
Yeah, so our last dance will be a Bharatanatyam duet from Abhinaya Dance Academy.
This piece describes the goddess Mukambika, who gave the gift of speech to her mentally challenged devotee and a devotee who rides on a lion. It will be performed by Lakshmi Venkateshan and Pooja Sohini. Please enjoy the Shivaranjani Talana, and welcome Lakshmi and Pooja.
तां धीं तों तत्तित्तों तन्नधीरना तां धीं तों तत्तित्तों तन्नधीरना धीरना 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 तां धीं तों तत्तित्तों तन्नधीरना धीरना 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 ಕೋರಿದ ವರಗಣಿ ಕೊಡುಕು ಸಿಂಹವಾಗಿ
This concluding dance was wonderful. I enjoyed the uniqueness that came off of having multiple dancers on stage.
Absolutely, Bhuvnesh. I think the performance is very high octane, and may I say, Shivaranjani is a beautiful ragam as well.
Yeah, so with that, we are reaching the end of our program. We'd just like to extend our gratitude to a few key individuals with whom today's show would have not have occurred with.
Firstly, we would like to thank the Hindu Students' Council, Executive Board, and the Board of Trustees for serving as our mentors when we planned this event.
We would like to once more thank Rukmini Vijayakumar for serving as our distinguished guest this evening.
Obviously, this event would not have happened without all the wonderful performers. So thank you for everyone who so graciously sang and danced and provided such a good program for us to enjoy today on behalf of Mahashivaratri.
And moreover, we would specifically like to give a shout out to all the dance schools that had students submit for this performance, which are Abhinaya Dance Academy, Nardana Dance Academy, Nritya Arpan Dance School, and Srilaya Dance School.
And we would also like to thank all of you in attendance for this. Everybody I'm watching on Facebook and on YouTube, and all the people who are watching the VOD in the future, thank you so much for supporting us. And this event wouldn't be possible without any of you guys.
Oh, and thank you, Anurag, and thank you, Shohini Akka.
So Anurag is our PR dude. He's done as the banners that you've seen, the program stuff that you've seen beforehand. All of that's been done by him. We would like to give a huge shout out to him. Thank you so much. And Sohini Akka is the vice chairman of HSC, and she's been running the stream the entire time. It's amazing how much she's done for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Hindu Students Council, Board of Trustees, and Executive Board, I'd like to give a huge thank you to our organizers and hosts of this amazing event. This event was run entirely by these amazing high school students. Their dedication and devotion to working in the service of Hindu Dharma is an inspiration to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shohini. Our final performance will be a Sanskritam song sung by our very own Vivek.
Hey, Vivek. I love seeing linguistic variety at these type of events.
The song will be Hey Vishwanatha, which is penned by Dr. Samavedam Shanmukha Sharma, and which provides a description of the city of Varanasi or Kashi. Kashi is renowned for the storied Mandir of Vishwanatha, a form of Shiva, which is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas. The song refers to various sacred locations in the holy city, such as Manikarnika Ghat, the Mandir of Bindu Madhava, the Lolarka Kunda, and the abode of Dhundi Ganapati. The song pays homage to Shiva in his form as Kashipati, the Lord of Kashi. So welcome Vivek, and thank you everyone for watching.
Devadul Mahataptule Bobbal Bittu Chubar Sahasigani Unnav Vishwana Chapibul Baba Lokamil Pralayabhilordhatil Chuduchu Dibbal Mungedi Veda Nilchu Chiradipti नीलकण्ठेश्वरा हे विश्वनाथ काशीपते श्रीविशालाक्षीपते नमोस्तुते हे विश्वनाथ काशीपते श्रीविशालाक्षीपते नमोस्तुते हे विश्वनाथ गंगातीर नित्यविहार शृंगारित हिमकिरण किशोर गंगातीर नित्यविहार शृंगारित हिमकिरण किशोर अंगज भंग यमांतकधीर भृंगिनंदी परिवेष्टित भवहर अंगज भंग यमांतकधीर भृंगिनंदी परिवेष्टित भवहर हे विश्वनाथ काशीपते श्री विशालाक्षीपते नमोस्तुते हे विश्वनाथ मणिकर्णिकादितीर्थनिषेवित घृणिलोलार्कादि दिविजवन्दित मणिकर्णिकादितीर्थनिषेवित घृणिलोलार्कादि दिविजवन्दित घृणाकर बिंदु माधवार्चित दंडनायक ढूंढी देव मोदित घृणाकर बिंदु माधवार्चित दंडनायक ढूंढी देव मोदित हे विश्वनाथ काशीपते श्री विशालाक्षीपते नमोस्तुते हे विश्वनाथ धनुराकारानन्दवने घने विनतावरनुत मोक्षनगरे धनुराकारानन्दवने घने विनतावरनुत मोक्षनगरे अनुपमा विमुक्ति अनुपमा विमुक्ति उमया सह अनिशं खेलसि षण्मुख जनक अनुपमा विमुक्ति उमया सह अनिशं खेलसि षण्मुख जनक हे विश्वनाथ काशीपते श्री विशालाक्षीपते नमोस्तुते हे विश्वनाथ काशीपते श्री विशालाक्षीपते नमोस्तुते हे विश्वनाथ
Thank you, Vivek. That was beautiful. Now let's end with a small Shanti mantram. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayah Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhad Bhavet Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you for coming.